Lots of tea.
All right. Are we live? Have we been live? How long have I been making an idiot of myself, Dune?
No, nobody's seen the idiot part, at least. I mean, we've been live for a little bit, but idiocracies have been out the window.
Oh, okay, good. So we're ready to go. All right. So it has been a while. I have missed sitting behind the screen. I'm a bit nervous here. I have a full, half page of preparation for this. That's what I've managed over the couple weeks, but I've managed to think about it a bit, so we'll see where it goes. Anyways, hope you guys have been all right, and you're ready for this session of Once Upon a Roll. So, last we left off, you guys had finished up your business in the graveyard with Alexander. Following the leads that you had, you went back to the Temple of the Raven Queen, where you spoke with the High Priestess there, as well as the priest that you had met earlier, the one who had adorned the Plague Doctor's robes and mask to deal with individuals and worshippers in the streets by the name of Bernard. You posed your findings, your concerns, dealing with the Plague Doctors, and what exactly it is that's going on in Worthy to these clergy people of the Raven Queen.
Your voice is really messed up, I'm sorry.
So my voice is really weird. Hold on.
Like, slow motion, really deep, and I thought you were just
That's what I was trying to say.
I told him too, but
I'm sorry. It's just, I thought you were, being, sarcastic or something before.
that's what I told him also, yeah.
Alright, it's still deep then?
Yeah.
Still deep right now? Yeah?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Still deep? Is it deep still?
What if I like
Hello?
this? What if
Testing.
I prefer this?
Testing.
I mean-
Testing.
I want this.
Testing.
He's
Make
only
this as it is.
deep.
It's still
It-
weird.
He's only deep. I can still understand him and everything, so I think
Oh,
Too much bass.
Never have too much bass.
it's almost like it's slowed down or something. like you slow it down. And then
You're
it's
talking in slow motion.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be it.
This is exactly how I wanted everything to start off.
Hello? How about now?
I think.
What
Think
are
a
you
sentence.
laughing about then, if it's fixed?
Because that's your real voice.
Oh, and now my real voice. Okay, so now that we're back to my original voice.
Okay, wait.
Now,
Stop.
hello?
Talk normally for a minute.
This is apparently my normal voice according to Dune, so how's it sound? How's this for everybody? Come on, guys.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
are you Batman?
We are prepared.
I'm Batman.
Oh, you're Batman too? I'm Batman. Okay, for real. How is this?
Perfect.
Yes.
Accurate.
Okay, good. Actually, okay. So getting back to the recap, guys.
No, stop.
No, what?
Also, this stream is a little bit wonky. One of the layers is above the overlay.
Yeah, it's, the combat cam is on top of the overlay.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There you go.
You right. When you right. And, you right.
Oh, hey, you guys are using that picture.
May I continue?
I think so.
Okay. So, after conversing your concerns and your findings about the plague doctors, and the goings-on within the city of Worthy, they were skeptical, but interested, requiring proof, definitive proof, if they were going to further assist you. You learned that the Temple of the Raven Queen were, in part, responsible for the construction of the barriers of mist and fog that shroud the outer walls of the city, as well as the inner sanctum that buffers the manor of the Lord and Lady of the city from the rest. In doing so, Bernard joined the four of you as you went to one of the houses that had been boarded up and sealed for worry of spreading the plague, or at least that is the story that's been told. Under the guise of magic, that being a silence spell from Bernard, as well as some assistance with sneakiness from Elevorn in the form of Pass Without a Trace, you managed to break in to one of these houses. Upon investigating, you found that something had been disturbed, buried under the floorboards of this house. Removing the boards one at a time to reveal a humanoid figure, a body. Not sure who it is, probably the resident of the home, but you're not sure. And as you, Elevorn, inspected the body, the eyes opened and locked on you, and that's where we left off, and that is where we will continue. Now, it's been a while, so does anybody have any questions or anything further to add? Not? That's where we're picking up. So pick up. Elevorn, you are... The hole where this man's buried is a little less than 4 feet deep. It's barely long enough to completely house the body. But to go and reach down, you've pretty much had to get into the hole with this body to investigate it. And that's when, as you are checking for signs of life, the eyes open and locked in on yours. Everybody else, you are in some form around here watching, still completely in silence.
Oh, cannot wait. Just be like, hi.
The eyes look at you, and there's sort of this glassy, glossed over look, almost as if like either not seeing you or looking past you, or in kind of haze or daze. The man blinks, and eventually the eyes come to focus on you. The expression is one of confusion.
But like, give him a thumbs up, you know, like.
You feel the body shifting under you, attempting to reposition itself. See the arms coming up and feeling the walls of the shallow grave in which he's buried, and you can see like this sense of panic beginning to set in as he's now squirming, attempting to get up out of this hole that he has found himself in, apparently.
Could I just be like calm, like make like the motion to like calm down, kind of, and like, you know, like wait a second and I'll get out.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage. Due to the situation.
I did
And the
good.
lack of-
That's a natural
The lack
one.
of sound and being able to words.
I did really good. I'm staying calm myself. No, not. It was a natural one. I'm kind of freaked
Oh
out.
no. Alright. So you guys are watching as this body, this corpse, this apparently not corpse, as the man now is moving. The middle-aged gentleman is now kind of forcing Elevorn to the side, standing up on
seeming like weak legs at first, but looking around at all of you and in a panic, you can see the mouth is moving as if shouting something, but then realizing that neither you nor himself, or maybe just himself, can't hear. He seems to get into a panic and is beginning to climb himself out of the shallow grave that you had uncovered him in. He gets up and is standing in the room, this small living room area, looking around at the furniture that has just been tossed and broken, tossed aside, torn up. All of you guys' fine detective work. He looks around and you guys are still under the silent spell, so he's shouting in your direction, it would seem, based on his posturing, the lips moving, and the strain in the face and neck, but no sound. And that seems to set him off a little bit more.
Well, if I could get out of the hole, then I would go, like, actually physically shake around and point.
I mean, well, if he's making gestures and I see him, I would like to approach curiously.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of concern.
Maybe wave. I'll wave, I guess. Questionable? I'll wave.
Questionably wave.
Mm-hmm.
Daran, you're approaching, and as you approach, you can see he's taking steps away. Still very confused, frenzied, panic. He's like checking his body, which is like very like caked in dirt, and he was underground for a while, so not how he's very ashen, pale skin. And still, he backs into his workbench that hell of one you had investigated before and knocks it as well as some things over. And he's like sort of feeling around, just but not taking his eyes off of you. As you're approaching Daran, what are you doing?
I wanted to do it before. I wanted to use my my sense.
Divine sense? Okay. Yeah. You're getting a pretty direct line of sight at something that is pinging undead. How long does the divine sense last, by the way?
I think it's literally just. I think it's literally just a ping.
Once? Oh, a one-time thing. You sure?
Check that. That's maybe
until the end of your next turn, so it's like 5 seconds.
Okay, sure.
I guess I'll like approach with both my hands like stretched out.
Okay.
Kind of like, I guess, trying to seem like I mean no harm in some form of way.
All right.
For now.
You're coming at him with both arms like outstretched, hands like overturned, palms up, or like this, like, hey, we're just like calm down.
Oh,
buddy.
that one. Yeah, like that.
Calm down, buddy. Okay. So he's still backing up, he's not like backing up further. He's keeping the same distance. You can see he's processing, trying to get a handle on the situation. The fact that, well, one, you guys are a bunch of strangers in presumably his house. Two, why did he wake up under his floor? Three, why can't he hear anything? He's quite in the middle of a panic attack, and you pretty much back him to the front door where he tries to open it but realizes that it's barred and locked.
Even though, yeah, because it's the silence is on, but I'll sigh and then just dig out my journal and some pen, the quiver and ink, and then I'll go to Elavorn, I guess, and tap her shoulder and just hand her the items.
What item?
I'll
Oh.
give her a nod to Neri. And then, well, I mean, if I see that he's still kind of freaked out, I guess maybe, hold them up so that the person that we're, their house or whatever that we're in can see them, and kind of slowly walk towards them, kind of holding them outstretched towards the person.
Okay. So you guys are now sort of backing this guy into a corner. As
Can I?
The door is, hold on. As the door is locked, he heads towards one of the barred windows, and that's in the sort of corner of the room. You guys have moved from the center of this room towards the sort of small foyer area where there's a window, and now Durand with Elavon coming up behind him. He's still slow, sort of backing up, trying to process, and you guys are just coming at him like, "Hey, we're not here to harm you, but it's
Okay. So I see that, and then can I do something or can I not?
all right." Let's see. So, what are you doing, Elavon?
I was just going to grab the, because Nerijan had handed it to me. I'm just going to just write down, here to help, and probably misspelling here as in to hear something.
Okay.
Because it's Cele.
All right. Make an intelligence check. Let's see.
That is, that's a good number. That was a natural 13. So, I mean, that's 11.
11. Okay. Unfortunately, not low enough to do anything funny with, but
Aw.
you managed to spell here correctly, which is probably a good thing considering he cannot at the moment hear. Era, what were you doing?
No, I was just gonna write something, but disregard.
Okay. So, I've made my roll. Being backed into a corner, being confused. Elavon placing that up, you can see that there is a little bit of attempts on this man's end to calm down, but the eyes begin, the blinks begin to be longer as he's trying to calm himself down until he takes a good couple seconds of just really trying, focusing, closing his eyes before they open, and then there's something else there. Not hugely identifiable. I'd actually want Durand and Elavon to make insight checks, please.
It's a 21.
21?
A
Pretty
2
good.
and a 1. Yeah.
No, I got a 21.
What?
I got a 21.
You both got 21.
We're
Okay.
doing it.
So you can see he's trying. He was for a while. He's backed into the corner. There's a window off to the side of the door here. That's also, as you saw from the outside, barred and everything up. So pressing, trying to open it, to no avail. But the eyes open, the two of you notice that there is something a bit, I'd say, feral in his eyes. And he doesn't meet your gaze. Instead, you follow his gaze towards Durand, where you're holding up your hands in, a show of peace and deference, and sort of beginning to dry on one of your hands is the blood from the cut from when you punched your way into the window. Do you recall that?
Ah, yes.
There's a moment where you can see this sort of conflict between the fearful man and this new ferocity, and in that moment he turns away from you towards the window and essentially throws himself through the window onto the street. You see the splintering of glass and even wooden boards in a show of just recklessness and even physical ability and strength that doesn't make sense for a man that of his frame, considering the boarding up that had happened to the windows. Still in complete silence, as far as you know. But he is now outside of the house, shards of glass and wood both spilling inside and outside of where the window was. You guys aren't too far away. What are you doing?
Who has my journal?
Who has my journal?
Yeah. I need to get it back. Then I'm gonna go after the guy.
Okay. Elevorn, I think, had it. I don't know, right?
I'll chase after.
Well, how big is this window? Like, could I start to jump through the window and turn into a
Oh,
squirrel?
it was big enough for him to get through, so probably, yeah.
Like the big version of the squirrel to just
Oh,
try
a
to
big squirrel?
want to
That's a
tackle
large
him.
creature, isn't it? So probably not.
No, but can I go through the window? I don't know.
Oh, go through as you and then turn into the big squirrel?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check to get through the window swiftly. What's everybody else doing? As you watch Durand, as you and Elevorn rush sort of towards the window, Elevorn begins to head through it. You can see the man just running down the street and disappearing into an alleyway. As the section of the city that you guys are in is, like we said, pretty densely packed houses, so lots of small nooks and alleyways to traverse through.
I said that I was gonna take my turn back and go after the guy, so
Yeah.
I would be out of the window for.
Yes, but you were also behind Elevorn and Durand.
Oh.
Right. They were the ones that were approaching the guy.
So that was a 15.
15. Yeah, you do manage to make your way out without incurring any injury. Then you turn into the squirrel. Neladion, after seeing this, kind of slips by you, Durand, and springboards and makes her way easily out of the window as well. Neladion in time to see Elevorn kind of running down the street and beginning to transform into the large, giant rainbow squirrel. Durand, Era. What are you guys doing? As Neladion and Elevorn are out the window.
I would also like to chase after him with nothing fancy.
I'm just chasing him. Like a normal ass person. Okay, so the intent is to chase you all doing the sudden return of sound is a bit jarring at first, just going from complete silence to now having the sounds of like the even just the background noise of the city that you wouldn't have noticed otherwise being suddenly returned to you. The sound of your breath and the pulsing in your ears, the sound of your footfalls beneath your feet, the sound of the footfalls of your allies who are also running in step with you, the sound of the small bits of glass and wood that continue to sort of flake and fall out of the window as Era and then Bernard make their way out of the window after. So, at the moment, there is no immediate sign of the man. Even as Elevorn, you and Nedadian had been the first to get out, you saw
Good.
you saw the direction that he headed, but you don't have a direct beat on him. So
Could I use my blink with like put my tail around there down and then blink us 40 feet towards where he was last seen?
okay, so you can blink him 40 feet in the direction, but I'm just saying, like, these buildings are maybe about say anywhere from 15 to 30 feet in their width.
Okay, so
ranging from
maybe I
small to
blink us
large,
up to
and they do have those like the alleyway that you had entered to get into that house was only about 4 or 5 feet wide. So 40 feet would be blinking past potentially many alleyways.
Okay, well then maybe I blink us up to the roof.
Okay.
Because that would make more sense in that kind of setting, I think. I mean, if
All
she
right.
accepts, I guess she could be unwilling and stay on the ground, but, I would attempt to bring her with me.
Okay. So, Nedadian, Elevorn kind of slows to run almost in step with you, but then you can feel the large, bushy tail of the rainbow squirrel, and you're aware of this ability of Elevorn. You've seen it before. I'm pretty sure you've been with her before. I'm not sure if you have, actually. Have you teleported Neri before? But she has seen it. Are you going to allow yourself to be whisked away with Elevorn, or no?
I trust Elevorn, so yes.
Okay, so the tail, as in step as you are running with the squirrel, kind of wraps around over your shoulder, and then the next moment you are on top of a nearby roof. Durand Era, you are maybe about 20-30 feet behind them when you see them just blink and vanish. So, I need somebody to attempt to uncover some sort of direction on where this man is going. You have to find like a track, find a sign of him, anything. So, who wants to do it and how? And now we have Elevorn and Nedadian on the rooftops, and Durand and Era, as well as Bernard at street level.
I have a question about Elevorn's form really quick.
Okay.
How big? Because she said big squirrel, but like, is she like
She's like the
abnormally?
size, I'd say a little bit smaller than
Oh, okay.
a little bit smaller than a bear, but with like the size of the tail would make the total size larger than a bear, but like the actual body of the squirrel is a little bit smaller than a bear.
Okay. I'm gonna polymorph into a large bird, eagle, if I can, and I guess scope out the skies.
Okay, a giant eagle.
Yeah.
Sure. So, Nedadian, Elevorn, anything? You guys are on the roof.
Could I, well, this, as a rainbow squirrel, I have keen hearing and sight. Could I try
Okay.
to use those to my
Yeah.
advantage?
Sure. I say go ahead and make a perception check, yeah. With advantage. as you are on the roof and you're and there's the gaps between the buildings are small enough such that you could easily leap over them, both you and Netadion. And so as you are going from building to building, looking into the small creased alleyways, as you do so in the direction that you would think that this guy was running, you were just trying to scope it out, and as you do so, from over one of the side of one of the buildings, you can see the giant eagle taking to the skies.
It was a 19.
19? Okay. You do see him running through this sort of zigzagging labyrinth of alleyways, almost directionless, it would seem, but you make it known to Netadion and you chase on. You see where he's going, you see he's a bit of a ways ahead, and it's hard to exactly keep him in your sights. You lose him and recatch him a couple of times. Following them from the skies era, you go ahead and make a perception check, please. Not seeing the man at first, as you had went into the skies eras, it took some time to cast the spell, so by then Elevorn and Netadion were already sort of in pursuit from the rooftops, but following their position as a giant eagle. Let's see what happens.
Are you rolling with advantage?
I think it should be with advantage and with the...
It is. Yeah.
What's the giant? Yeah, and with the giant eagle stats. So I don't know if you have those era or not.
I can find it.
Wisdom is +2.
+2, so advantage +2. Is it just +2?
Well, that's their wisdom.
Yeah.
No, +4. The skills, perception +4.
Oh.
Okay.
So
7.
advantage. What?
7.
That was with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. So you're able to keep an eye on Elevorn and Netadion. You're not able to see the guy. They're easy enough to see as a giant eagle. You're cognizant enough with your intelligence as a giant eagle to focus on this task, but you're not able to spot the guy that you're trying to see. Durand, you and Bernard on the ground, you following, I guess, the giant eagle? Or are you dipping into the alleyways yourselves? Like you're just a guy at this point.
Yeah, basically, of course.
You and this plague doctor guy.
Go fast, boy.
I mean, yeah, that's thinking. Probably try
Sonic
to follow whatever he can
activate.
see. So,
Okay.
or, let me activate my sense one more time. See if I can pick up something.
Okay.
My last time.
So
Within.
you are like you were kind of left behind here. You're kind of picking up the rear of this. You do notice that you're a couple blocks away from the house at this point, and before you turn the corner to sort of follow the trajectory, the path of the giant eagle and what you presume is Elevorn and Netadion, you do notice that there is a bit of a attention is drawn to the house where you had been. Just pointing that out. People have noticed.
Yeah, I thought of that. But all the better to get away from the house for now.
60 feet? How often can you use your sense, by the way?
That would be my last time.
And you want to use it now? Are you sure?
I'm
just asking.
Let me.
Right now, you can see that the eagle is more than 60 feet away from you.
Okay, so then probably not.
Okay, so just following the path of the the eagle. People, as you are running on the streets, do take note. It's not a common sight, and from their perspective, it kind of seems like you're being chased by a plague doctor.
Interesting.
So you think a lot of hot looks, people getting out of the way, moving to the other side of the street as you continue and make your way forward. Elevorn, Nethadiatneri, as you're going from rooftop to rooftop, you can see this man run out of one of the alleyways. So no longer do you have the ability to chase him on the rooftops as he is running across one of the roads from the side of the street that you're on to the other. You watch him as he runs and like he's holding his arm up, and he goes and heads into a building across the road.
Oh, can I see if I can recharge my thingy?
Oh, sure.
Okay, that's 8.
Did you get it?
Well, hey, I did. Yay! Okay, so I could teleport us down to like. At how far is it? I mean, is it more than 40 feet? Because I know we're.
It's not more than 40 feet. No, it's just you'd have to get down off of the buildings because it's across the road. It's no longer in that sort of alleyway section of the area that you were in. But looking down, it does look like it's a business of some sort. You can see outside there are like looks like jerked meat hanging from racks outside. It looks like some sort of food shop or butcher of some kind.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get us over there.
Okay. So you blink down right in front of the doorway, just in time to hear the tail end of a scream, a woman scream from inside.
Well, I mean, there's there too now. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I did something.
You go around back a lot. I'll go in, and I'll just go in from the same hole that he did.
Okay, just right through the door. Right.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And I'll do what she asked.
Alright, so you enter Elevorn, you zip around and head towards the back. Following them from the skies as a giant eagle area, you see this. The first time that you were just following Elevorn and Neladian for a while. The first time that you actually caught a sight of the man was when he ran out into the open from one of the alleyways, and then you kind of you spotted him and honed in on him. That's when he ran across and sort of barged his way into this business. You saw Elevorn and Neladian teleport in front of it. Neri is heading inside. Elevorn is heading around the back. What are you doing, Era?
I guess, I'm gonna stay the eagle. This shit is expensive. I'm gonna go in as an eagle if I can. If there's an opening.
Inside as an eagle?
Um,
I'm just asking.
Giant eagle.
Yes, but like make me caca so like for Duran, who may not know where I am, can hear me.
Okay, Duran, make a perception check.
God
Your sense of hearing having just suddenly come back to you. It's like, super sensitive, honed, and you're hearing everything for the first time again. So your sensory overload almost.
Let's see here. That is 13.
13. I would say that you wouldn't be too incredibly far behind. So you would definitely be able to hear the screeching caw of a giant eagle for sure. So right now, we have 2 people that could actually use the bracelets if they want to.
What? I mean,
So, Nadadian, as you enter, you can see that this place it appears to be in the front room, the main room of what appears to be a butcher, and there's a woman that's kind of on the ground in one of the far corners of the room. You can see that there is a door that leads further back, either to the back exit of this shop or to another room. It's currently open. It seems like some things have been tossed, and there's meat and shelves knocked over, and the woman seems in a panic. What's going? And she's.
I'm sorry. Everything is gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. Where did he go?
What was that? It was crazy. He went back there. I've gotta tell somebody. And she gets up and begins to head towards the front entrance.
I'll just let her go. I'm gonna go where she pointed.
Okay.
I mean, we probably have already made a whole mess anyways, kind of.
Okay. So she panics, runs past you, comes face to face with the giant. Oh my god! Stumbles back, falls flat on her, but like shielding herself, dropping her DM screen from you, Eros.
I'm gonna keep her inside.
You're just gonna block her, keep her in?
Yeah.
What is happening? Okay.
Yes.
So, continuing. Neri, you enter into the room in the back, and you can see that it is not the exit of the building, but it is a sort of a storage room, and you can see where there are the butcher doesn't seem incredibly well stocked. It seems like what they have is actually pretty scarce. There are it's not a plentiful meat
That's
store.
not a big surprise.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that would surprise you. It's not what you would normally expect walking into a butcher. Normally you would expect to see, all kinds of everything, in any normal city, but this is not a normal city. What they have is very, very scarce. But you can see prints. It's initially boot prints that seem to be sort of like in this, like the tacky, kind of, sort of drying congealed blood on the ground from the small animals that are hanging and curing from the ceiling. There are smears of it in places, and eventually it turns from the prints turn from those of boot prints to normal humanoid footprints. As you can see, the door to the back is open, leading to more alleyways, and the old leathered boots of the man have been discarded.
I'll just go. Well, I'll still keep an eye on everything, but I'll go to the door that leads to the back way and see if there's any prints there on the ground.
Okay. So, like, this guy didn't bother to close the door after him.
Yeah, but it still could be. No.
Hmm?
It might be just a ruse.
Okay, so go ahead and make an investigation check or survival, your choice.
I'm gonna make an investigation because I'm better. I don't know how to survive. 27.
27. Okay. So following the blueprint, it seems like from the point where they start, where there's enough of this coating on the ground to actually hold a print. They lead from the door that you had come in with the terrified butcher S to the exit, and it seems like the boots have been discarded. You can see the footprints that seem to be leading out, and even some of the sort of still half wet, bloodied footprints in the hard packed ground outside of the door. So it seems like this person has just come through and ran straight through.
I'll use the bracelet and let everyone know that he went out through the back, so I'm gonna go after.
Alright. So as you are turning the corner, Elevorn, around the back, and you can see the freshly kicked up dirt and dust from the person who was running. You hear this telepathically in your head. Durand, you hear it as you are entering into the building that you had heard the screeching come from. You can see the open building there, and you can see there, using a tactic that you are familiar with. You see Era there making herself large in front of the
Shut the fuck
up. What? you remember?
I know. I remember.
What, you don't remember?
I do remember. I'm well familiar.
Alright, so you see this terrified woman, panicked, freaked out, like curled into a ball, trying to protect her eyes and face from this giant eagle that is Era, that is just there blocking her movement or escape. Durand, you come in behind the giant eagle.
Well, I just heard that he went around the back. Wouldn't I want to go around the back? Or can I go around the back? Is it possible from the front?
Please help me!
Oh, man. Don't do this to me. Alright. Damn it. I'll approach the woman and try to calm her down.
Okay. How?
By talking, it's the best thing. By talking, because that works well all the time.
Okay.
I'll be like, miss.
Or make a persuasion check, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
What is going on? What is
Based
happening?
off this, I'll see how I say my words.
Okay.
It's
Usually
not
not
that
how
bad.
it works. I don't think that the words come after the check, but sure, why not? Let's see how it works.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I can play it. It's an 11.
11. Okay. So are you gonna say your words then? What's an average attempt to persuade someone to calm down? Show me average.
I think an average attempt is just I think this is just regular Durand. That's nothing fancy. I'd be like, miss, it's gonna be it's all right. This is I know this eagle,
Okay.
and you're going to be okay.
Did you know the man that came in here earlier? He's crazed. His eyes looked at me, tossed my shop. I have to tell somebody. The doctor.
No.
Somebody.
That won't be necessary. We'll take care of it ourselves. I'm not familiar with who he is, but he attacked me and ran off. And I'll show my wound, my hand.
Oh. Okay. Go ahead.
Is
and
this
roll
supposed to calm her down?
Go ahead and roll another persuasion, I guess. Roll a second d20.
Come on, last one was good to me.
This is basically with it adding advantage after the fact.
roll with advantage. Is this? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's -2 anyways. It's not bad though. It's 16.
16. Well, if he's that he's attacking people, why shouldn't we tell somebody?
You could say it's personal. I can take care of it myself.
As long as you keep him from coming back, and take your eagle with you, please.
Of course, ma'am. Yes, of course.
Oh, my shop. You can see she's kind of... You've placated her a bit.
Could I grab a coin out of
You don't have
Duran's
pockets.
purse?
Oh, you're gonna poke into Duran's.
And then just not fling it at her. Not rudely, but like, yeah, peg it. Like, there you go. For your troubles.
Is your purse not that easily accessible, Duran?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So... taught you. How did you teach it how to... As she kind of hesitantly grabs the coin off of the ground as it's next to her. By that time, you guys are heading out the back.
Ma'am, I don't even know.
Gods.
How much money did that put me down?
What? One.
How much?
She picked up like 600 gold out of your purse.
Shit.
Whoa. Don't I even have that much money?
I do.
Duran is like a hoarder, alright?
Oh yeah,
He's a dragon.
I'm a dragon. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, he hoards gold.
Maybe it was the platinum coin.
Oh.
Oh.
You know what, Duran? Roll a d4.
Roll a d4.
Oh.
Okay. It's a 4.
It's platinum.
No fucking way. How much money is that?
1
gold.
plat is 10 gold.
10 gold. All right. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My God.
Fucking bird.
Fucking bird. Fucking bird, man.
Alright, so the first one that would be out and seeing this would be Elevorn. Not too long after Nedadian, but still a bit because you had to take time to... You took the time to investigate to make sure that it wasn't some kind of ruse and that he wasn't actually still hiding out in the butchers. So, Elevorn, you would be the first one to...
You said it.
What?
You said that I would be after Neridion because...
No, I said Neredion would be after. I said Neredion not long after.
Maybe just... Sorry.
Yeah, Elevorn would be the first one. Still in giant squirrel form. You can see that this network of alleyways, it's a bit tight for giant squirrel. You can still make your way through it. Giant squirrels aren't... You still have a bit of malleability to your body. You can flatten and, do all those things that, rodents can. But you are kind of, at some point or another, being pressed up against the narrow alleyways. So you're not able to move quite as quickly as you could, but enough to keep pace with the retreating man.
Can I see if I can do the teleport thing again?
Sure.
Wow, I like this D8 again.
Okay.
So would I be able to try to aim at him and try to tackle him if I'm keeping pace with him?
Well,
Or
you
like
pace
in
means
front of him?
he's... Let's see, by the time you turn the corner, he would be...
It's only 40 feet. So.
Yeah, so... Sure, just as you dart off forward, Nedadian, you can see Squirrel Elevorn turning the corner of an alleyway. Elevorn, you can see him running towards an open roads and streets. You can see beyond this guy that there are people, normal civilian citizens just walking, going about their business. And he's about to exit the alleyway and head in that direction, is fleeing from you. You teleport to the point where you would be able to, like, slightly above him, and you're coming down on him to try to tackle him to the ground. Go ahead and make an athletics check. Hold on.
Did you say acrobatics or athletics?
Athletics.
That's a 13.
13. Okay, so you come down and you begin to slow him. You can feel
Oh wait,
as-
can I add my bonus to it or not? Because like I'm like my plus it's but it's with the stats for the thing, so it isn't like
what do you mean your bonus?
well, because like I have like +3. No wait, +5 to
No,
athletics.
athletics is a strength check. That's based on your current physical form.
Okay, yeah.
Besides, they rolled an 18, so. Elevon, you come down, your paws clamping down on the shoulders, which you can feel for a brief moment seem solid, muscular, belying their appearance, honestly. You slow him down for a moment, but he kind of turns, does like a sort of spin move, shrugs you off, and you clatter to the ground in a plume of dust as he staggers for a moment, but kicks up and continues and heads out into the street and further into the city. Basically, the way that you guys are heading now is you're not heading towards the walls of the city, you're heading further into the city. Neredion, at this point, you catch up to Elevorn, who is getting back to her feet.
And Ella is still on the squirrel farm.
Yeah, she's still in the squirrel form.
She's kinda, I guess she's kinda in my way.
A little bit, but you know, you can. The walls are close enough. You're acrobatic. If you wanted to just get around her, you probably easily could either jump over her or use the walls in some kind of parkour fashion.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. And just go over her.
Yeah, sure. So kicking off of the walls and continuing your pace, you can see Elevorn as Neredion drops down into view, still in full sprint after this guy. Neredion, you're about maybe 20 feet behind him, as again there are people that are just getting out of the way, freaked out, panicking, like watching you, calling out, screaming, yelling for help or somebody as you are just chasing this man.
If I manage to catch up to like at least 15 feet of him, I would like to use the ribbons of returning.
Oh, okay. So you oddly enough, what's your base movement speed? 30, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He seems he's quicker than he probably should be, as you have probably noticed by now, chasing him for a while. That and the stamina to be running this long seems a bit but he seems to be just about as fast as you. Maybe a little bit slower, considering you can, dash and whatnot.
Yeah.
But Elevorn, as you get back to chasing down you, and now with Era and Durand. Yes, you guys were following. So Era, you took back to the skies. I'm guessing you're not just following Durand on the ground.
For now, yeah. I'm gonna stick to the skies.
Okay. So getting a beat on everybody, trying to catch them up, keeping Durand in your eyes. Durand, it's easy enough to follow the still like sort of dust and dirt that's now beginning to settle. You can see where the chase had been, and you chase it down that way. You come to the point where you turn the corner. You can see and you watch as Netherdion leaps over Elevorn and continues in chase. You can't quite see the man anymore, but you now catch up with Elevorn, and the two of you are now beginning to fall in line, maybe about 20, 30 feet behind Netherdion. As you run past street after street, maybe there's a new street maybe every 15, 20 feet or so. Netherdion runs past a street, and you can see as you are chasing down the corner of your eye, coming down the road, is one of the plague doctors. Seemingly having just turned a corner and now heading in that direction, not hurriedly, but at their normal sort of pace, now heading towards this, and maybe about 10, 15 feet away from turning the corner towards Neri and this man. You just passing by, or what are you doing, Duran Delavorn? It's up to you.
Before I left the alleyway thing, I think I'd probably turn back into an elf because there's too many people and I don't really want
Okay,
to,
that makes sense. That's probably smart. Yes, okay.
But do I see the plague, like, do I immediately see this plague doctor person, or like how soon?
See, Durand and Elevon, I would guess, make a perception check. As well as you, Era. From the skies, you probably would be able to have an opportunity to see this as well.
That's a 20 for me.
Okay.
Am I also able to do something after this? Or after Ella finishes, I guess?
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do. And I guess it would depend on what you see, so...
Okay.
Unnatural 20.
Okay.
What? So from bird's eye view, what am I seeing? Like,
Well,
do I notice the
perception
plague
check.
doctors?
I asked you for a perception check, so I don't know what you see yet. So with advantage, +4.
Uh, 20 with advantage.
Okay. So from the bird's eye view, you can see Netherdion slowly gaining on this man who's running down the streets in the shade of the buildings that are right alongside the road. You can see plenty of people getting out of the way, but then sort of turning and stopping to watch. You see as well, let's see what they do to see what you see. But you see Elevorn, Duran, the two of you have pretty good situational awareness, it would seem. And as you are running, having these streets and small alleyways pass you by, you spot out of the corner of your eye, coming down towards the road on which this chase is happening, one of the plague doctors. Maybe about 15 or 20 feet away, but definitely heading in this direction.
Can I run up to him?
Alright, so Duran, you notice this, and you see Elevorn kind of stop on a dime, maybe take a few steps to stop, but then turning and heading back towards the plague doctor. What are you doing, Duran? You would notice this as well, Era.
The plague doctors?
There's one. If you don't count Bernard, who is still in pursuit, not quite as athletic as the rest of you, so he's coming out of the alleyway at this point.
Would I be able to, maybe land on a rooftop and transform back? Basically, I want to see if I can create a distraction elsewhere to kind of grab the doctor's attention.
Sure,
So
it would
like,
take you time to land and then do that. So by that point, Elevorn and Durand, if he would want to, would have time to approach the plague doctor. So Elevorn, you approach the plague doctor. Durand, what are you doing? Are you approaching or are you continuing after Neri? We're doing something else entirely. I don't know. You're going home? You just
I'm just gonna go home.
Please, I'm going home.
I'm thirsty.
Fuck you
I need a
guys.
drink.
This is bullshit. I'm wearing this fucking armor and you're making me run.
Yo, that is true.
After an undead. That doesn't make sense.
I'll go with Ella.
Okay, so Elevorn and Durand, you approach the plague doctor who's just walking casually, long, confident strides, moving fairly quickly but not hurriedly. He stops as you come within about 10 feet. You guys sort of begin to catch your breath. The head tilts slightly. What seems to be the problem?
Some guy, and I'm going to point in like a random, like different direction. That's like, hurt my friend. My friend is hurt, and I need. You can help, right? You're here to. Yeah.
So you're
So, like,
pointing
okay,
like
right,
what
right.
direction?
I'll raise my hand.
Because so right now, let's say this is the road that Neridion and you guys were chasing on. This is the road now that you guys. You know what? I have a map here. Why don't I use that?
True.
Because you're a fool.
Because I'm a buffoon? What?
You're a fool.
Because I'm a fool. Thank you.
You're right.
True.
That's the vote of confidence I need.
You're a nincompoop.
I am a fool. Let's see. Sure. Let's use. Let's use this one. Why not? That looks fine to me. The Neridion's like do, running down this way, chasing after guy. Durand and Elevorn are up here, being like talking to the plague doctor. La di da di da.
Da da da.
So that's basically it. So Elevorn, which way would you? So you came from one way, right? You came from down that road, and you're telling him that somebody. What are you saying?
Somebody hurt my friend.
Where is your friend? As he's kind of like looking behind.
I came to find help.
Very well. And he steps forward. Please take me to them.
Okay. So I'm just gonna start running as fast as I can. Like going down, like straight down from where we are.
Past him in the way that he was walking?
No. Like
back towards Neridion?
No, I don't want to lead him towards her. Like I want to I want to lead him like either. I don't know which way do I go. If I go straight across, right, there's going to be a building in the way, so maybe he won't catch it, and especially for running.
He's probably not. He's probably not going to be running, but.
Oh come on!
And you are. It's tricky. Sure.
Yeah, I don't think these guys run.
Neridion, you come within 15 feet of the men that you are chasing.
Yeah, I guess I'll try to use the Ribbons of Returning to.
Okay. Is that an attack roll?
I don't know. I'm not gonna try to like. I don't have my dagger attached to it or anything. I just want to like
use the
trap
ribbon.
him with them.
And you are attuned to the ribbons, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. It's been a while since I looked at the Ribbons of Returning.
Wait, Maybe do I have to have? No.
Well, it's a ranged weapon attack. I'll say that sure you can use it with the ribbons. Why not? So
It's not a
you
grapple.
may use to
like
grapple the target of your attack. So it is an attack roll.
Okay.
Just go ahead and make an attack roll. I don't think so. Just a d20 plus your proficiency. No, plus your dexterity. No proficiency because it's not attached to a weapon, right? And you're not
Yeah.
with ribbon type weapons, so
Okay.
just d20 plus dexterity.
$21.
That does hit. So you take out the ribbons, you sling them towards the individual. They stretch and elongate and catch up and attach and wrap themselves around the waist of this man. Then pull taut as they come to their full length. You're now holding one end, and he is being held by the other as just comes to a stop as you dig in your heels.
I'll is there like an alleyway where I could track him? I'll try to track him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can try to drag him into an alleyway as Elevorn is kind of hurriedly, panikedly trying to get this plague doctor to follow her. Durand, he's just walking. Elevorn, make a persuasion check or a deception check, please.
Around his butsy.
Durand's just putzing around.
I would never.
Never putz.
That all the time.
What are you doing, Durand?
Kind of like staying ahead as best as I can, like ahead of them.
Ahead of them, so you're like with Elevorn, but then you're
Yeah,
not.
like I'm there, but like I'd want to hurry.
So that's a 10.
A 10?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Dion, make an athletics check for me. Elevorn, as Durand, you are now on the street that you can see that Neredian has the undead grappled, wrapped up with the ribbons, and she's trying to drag and pull him to the side, off to the side, into an alleyway, as the plague doctor right now is heading towards you, maybe about 10-15 feet from the street where Neredian is grappling with this undead.
19.
19. Okay.
Can I just look at Durand like, what do I do? Like basically like indicating if he needs to like go somewhere, you know, like blinking my eyes ridiculously.
Well, Durand's up here. Elevorn's like leading the plague doctor. Neredian is grappling with this undead. You're reining him in. He's struggling against him, but you're like kind of walking towards him, wrapping up the ribbons and restraining him more with it as you're like struggling to get him into the alleyway.
Okay.
I guess that would also be like saying just calm down. We don't want to hurt you. I know this is bad at the moment, but please.
So you're like now holding him and like kind of wrestling him off to the side. You are at the moment able to overpower him. You rolled a 16.
For now.
For now, yes. Doesn't help. He's not able to break the grapple, and you are currently wrestling him there.
I need to hit the gym.
You land on top of one of these roofs, and you're watching this. You change back into your tiefling form. What are you doing?
Uh, could I use thaumaturgy to make like a loud boon away from the party?
Okay.
On the opposite corner.
Okay. So you cast the thaumaturgy spell, and this loud, booming crack echoes out away from everybody else.
Okay.
Momentarily, the plague doctor stops, pauses, but then turns back to Elevorn, who still is panikedly trying to get him to follow her.
Oh
Yes?
no, I'm
So-
scared. I just jumped into his arms. Like,
So-
oh, what was that?
So I'll say, like, I'll try to say like, he turned at the end of this corner here. Maybe if you guys go around the other way, we can cut him off. So like, I'm trying to direct them to go back into the alley, and then.
Understood. All right, so I love one performance check, Duen deception check.
The most deceptive.
As you leap into his arms, Elevorn, you kind of leap onto him. He doesn't so much as catch you as you just kind of like thrown at him. You have to catch yourself on him because he does not catch you. He doesn't even make an attempt to. Please remove yourself.
Great. That's a 16.
16. Yeah, he rolled a natural 17 on whatever check it would be to counter that.
I rolled a
was
12.
A 12? No way.
I rolled a 12. Oh, I rolled a 14 minus 2.
I rolled 17 and 13. Those are my two rolls.
Just steps to the side when the lights
He just steps. So at this point, there's the boom. There's the Elevorn leaping into onto him, which he kind of sidesteps and disregards and looks to Duen, and then he can hear the commotion coming from around the corner of the crowd from the direction of Nedadian. And he continues and he walks down the street, and Duen, you can see Neri still struggling with the individual, but seeming to get a hold of him and dragging him. Yep, continuing to drag him.
Can I?
And Nedadian, make one more athletics check, please. As you got him to you have reined him in and you have gotten control of him. Now you are attempting to just force him into this alleyway.
I don't know if I should use lucky or not. Maybe I should.
You're lucky.
Lucky. $17.
17. Okay. Still struggling against you. You can feel the densely muscled individual that you are currently trying to restrain just fighting against you, thrashing about. But even so, you do manage to slowly begin to force this kicking and yelling being into an alleyway. As Duen, you are not sure what to do. You're looking back and forth as the plague doctor steps onto the street and turns to look towards the commotion, towards where the crowd is, towards everything. Maybe a moment or two after Neri had pulled the undead into the alleyway out of sight. Looking that way, looking towards where you had told him the other men went, he turns towards the crowd and the commotion, over towards Nedadian, and begins to head in that direction.
How close is he to me still, or not?
Don't feel like this is like an accurate representation. That was just to show kind of like the streets and everything. He's maybe about 40 or 50 feet away from the crowd. Is that your question or no? The voice raises. What is going on here? As he approaches the crowd. Some members begin to quiet and hush and make their way away from him, as to not be confronted by the plague doctors. Others are still just on the fringes, kind of watching. Duen, Elevorn, Era, what are you doing?
Can I just grab his mask off his face and start running?
Wow.
Or attempt to. I don't know if we'll be able to.
That's a
Good to
plan.
try.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Can I also try to use my praise a little bit? I could really use some help over here.
I'll head over
Okay.
that direction.
So you are walking now past the plague doctor. Kind of walking, maybe trying to stay composed, but being quick about it. You step past him as Elevorn. What's your roll?
A 19 total.
As you walk by, I thought you had a friend to... Elevorn reaches around, grabs the beak of the mask, tears it up and off his face, pulling the hood back to reveal... appears to be maybe a mid to late 20s, fair-skinned, slight, like, ginger-haired human man. Elevorn rips the beak mask off of his face and turns and just runs the other direction. The unmasked plague doctor now immediately turns and begins to walk after Elevorn. Where are you going, Elevorn? You got a plague doctor mask.
Away.
Away indeed. So Elevorn heads towards away. As Durand, you head up towards the alleyway where you can see Nedadian with her ribbons wrapped around this undead creature that looks like a man. Like it doesn't have any elements of undead about him other than the pale ashen sort of corpse-like skin, but it's not like a creepy, spoopy undead or anything. But she's currently holding him maybe about 5 feet into the alleyway. At this point, just restraining him, not able to get him any more under control. What are you doing? You go.
I've got rope.
Rope always helps. All right. Make a joint athletics check, please.
Then I was judged for buying this earlier. I just want you guys to remember that.
Well, it's like my most used item, rope.
Yeah.
All right.
Athletics.
Yeah. And Elevorn, are you trying to keep... Are you trying to slip the plague doctor now?
No, because I need to buy time. So
Okay, so you're staying within eyesight of him. Era, make a perception check, please.
Uh, 17.
17? Okay.
Mhm.
So, watching this transpire and unfold, you see Elevorn steal the mask off of this Plague Doctor and head in the other direction. The Plague Doctor is following her, walking quickly but not hurriedly in her direction. Elevorn's maintaining in the Plague Doctor's line of sight the whole time. From your position on the rooftop, you can see from where Elevorn is headed, there are other individuals beginning to head towards this area of commotion. More Plague Doctors.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I'm a make a
It's not
fire
from
happen.
all directions. You can see they're coming from like the main streets and a couple of the alleyways. There's not many of them. You can see maybe 4 of them, and it's not from all directions. There are ways forward that there are no Plague Doctors coming from, but there are more coming.
Okay. I would like to start a fire at a boarded house
So you're gonna
with firebolt. I
fireball
guess.
something?
Firebolt.
Firebolt. Firebolt doesn't necessarily immediately catch things on fire. It is just a cantrip.
Fine. Okay. I'm gonna use a fireball.
Okay, I'm just saying. It could maybe distract, but it's not a catch something on fire. It would probably take multiple uses of a firebolt to catch something on fire. Right. So looking around, finding one of these boarded up houses, you can see one right across the road and maybe a house back. So it would take a little bit of aiming, but it is within your 120 foot.
Sorry.
It is within your 120 feet radius for sure. Nerdian, Durand, what were your athletics checks?
I got 13. I hope you got a bit better.
25.
25.
Thank you.
Yeah, you needed that because that's a 19 on their part. So after having restrained this man for so long, Nerdian does eventually begin to overpower you, but Duran thankfully is there and restrains him with the rope, binding his arms, legs, and binding the mouth too. Duran, he is pretty vocal.
Yeah.
Okay, muffling him as well. As Elevorn, you're kind of heading back, turning around over your shoulder to make sure that this Plague Doctor, who looks like a normal human as far as you can tell, is following you. You can see from distances more Plague Doctors coming towards you.
I'm just gonna use the bracelet and be like, I hope you guys are good. And is there an alleyway like right there somewhere?
There is an alleyway, yes.
Can I duck in there really quick and
You taking the mask too?
I'm gonna drop it right as I turn in the alleyway, and
Okay.
then can I turn into like a little squirrel or something and scale the building?
Okay, so as you begin to head into the alleyway, the Plague Doctors that are coming at you from here, they're coming down this road, this street here, this way. You see an alleyway that leads off this way. The original unmasked Plague Doctors coming at you from the front, and as you turn and as they are hurriedly sort of closing in on you, focused on you, the dark, empty void eyes of the Plague Doctor masks of many of them, and the almost hauntingly empty expression of the face, almost more terrifying itself than the mask, just this emptiness of the human face that was underneath the mask comes at you. There's a deafening explosion from across the road in the other direction. Near one of the plague doctors that was coming after you, that actually throws them off of their feet. One of the houses just erupts, sending splinters of wood, glass, shards, just in all directions. The attention is there longer than enough, as that is now the focus of attention as you drop the mask, head into the alleyway, and turn into a little creature. You can see Duran Neredian, that this man is the undead that you have here restraining the alleyway is squinting, looks uncomfortable, and is still sort of wriggling around. Era, you watch as the dark plumes of smoke from the fireball in the house that has caught fire from your spell begins to fill the air, and the plague doctors that were once coming towards this commotion are now most definitely heading towards a more prominent commotion that you have just caused.
Excellent.
The original plague doctor that had almost seen you recovers their mask, places it back on, and heads towards the burning building. Durand Neredian, what are you doing?
I think I'm still gonna just try to be like, please, just calm down. We don't want to hurt you or anything. I know this, like I said, this is bad. We had to tie you up and everything, but we didn't want to. So please try to calm down.
Trust me, it'll be much worse if one of these doctors get you.
We're not gonna take you to the doctors or anything. I know it's hard to believe. We're the good guys.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
You don't know what thing, but
yeah.
he's...
If you're not gonna scream or anything, I can take it off.
You don't understand what
nod?
is being said, but it sounds like it's repetitive. One thing over and over and over again.
Oh yeah.
So
Can you nod for me if you're not gonna yell?
this point, so you have him in this alleyway. It's about 3-4 in the afternoon, probably. But he's not even looking at either of you. Like, the eyes are kind of partially rolled back. The head is reclined against the one of the buildings that makes up the alleyway, and it's kind of just rolling back and forth.
We should yeah, he seems unresponsive. Should probably get out of here. Find some place other than
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if we could get back to his house.
No, going back to his house is definitely not a good option. When I was leaving, they were getting over there.
We could make it unseen back to the temple. I need to catch my breath. As a plague doctor turns the corner of the alleyway, one that you're familiar with.
Jeez, you kinda scared me.
I apologize, but if this is not, oh dear, proof enough that something is not as it should be, I do not know what is, but we are just about on the other side of the city. We should make it back to the temple.
Well, I guess
What
that's...
is he saying? What is he at all?
I don't know. We have to find out once we get to the temple. Dran, can you, like, pick him up or something?
Oh yeah,
Or should I
that should
carry
be
him?
easy enough. I got it. I hope.
He seems weak, as if the struggle to avoid you, or even like the chase itself, has completely drained him from being this fast and seemingly sturdy, strong person to now just easily manipulated and controlled, almost frail in some way, as if drained or sapped of strength, like the adrenaline has worn off. If you would give if we have a moment, I think. No, probably not. Bernard is seemingly thinking.
I'm just gonna look at him like.
Oh, what are you thinking?
That it is not the most. It is quite suspicious to be carrying a man tied up over one shoulder through the streets.
Well, what
Is there?
should we do?
He seems fairly docile, at least now. You think we could guide him without such heavy restraints, or we could restrain him, but perhaps, and kind of motioning to his own, just have him restrained underneath robes of some sort.
Sure. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, that could possibly work.
Alright, give me a moment. And he turns, he begins to take off the Plague Doctor robes that he is currently wearing, basically, until he's just a man in a Plague Doctor's mask and in essentially long underwear underneath, just like a woolen onesie, basically. You guys fit the robes over the man here that you have restrained.
I would like to rendezvous with everyone.
Okay. How are you getting off the roof?
Supreme agility.
Jump.
Supreme agility. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
do
if
triple
Isaiah can
backflip.
climb walls, why can't I? Let me just climb down. No, please, no.
Okay.
Excellent
Go
question.
ahead and make an acrobatics. No, athletics. Sorry, climbing is athletics.
Excellent.
Use your magic.
No,
No,
your magic.
I can do it-
no.
I can do it
That
myself.
it takes out the spice rolls. What is this? Athletics?
Yes.
16.
Oh, not bad. So
Just a sprained
as
ankle.
it's happening, you guys notice Era. You find the rest of them. You head over to them from the rooftop, and you slowly but surely, and competently shimmy your way down between the walls of the alleyway until you're back on the ground.
I'd like to pat myself on the back.
Excellent. You mage hand, pat yourself on the back. You did it. All right. I'll warn you as well if you so wish. Good rendezvous.
Yeah, eventually Dron would just have a squirrel on his shoulder or something.
There you go. Familiar feeling of something crawling up your leg and perching itself on your shoulder next to you, Durand.
An odd sentence to say, but familiar.
Odd sense of familiarity. But alright, so you guys are going to make your way back towards the temple. Guiding this person more, holding him aloft as you seem he's the face, the body that the arms, the shoulders, Netadion, that you had felt, you as well, Elevorn, that had once seemed strong and dense with muscle, now feel almost weak, like noticeably gaunt, weaker. The face is sallow and like completely drained of color, almost at the point where it's the cheeks that are beginning to concave a bit. Done.
Could-
In here. Still, is he still bound around the mouth or no? Not sure. If you guys...
Probably a good idea to leave that one on though.
Now, not so much as a frenzied yelling, but more of a it drones onto a normal speaking voice, and then by the time that you guys are just kind of walking him through the streets, almost completely holding up his body weight between Neri and Durand, it's a whisper, but it's still that same kind of cadence and tone, as if repeating one thing over and over, like he was when you had initially bound him.
Can I hop down and turn back into an elf and just like ungag him for a moment?
Okay. Sure. You do. And for a moment, just the head is lulled back, and there's still just slowly missing. The lips are incredibly cracked and chipped. Just inside.
Oh, can I take out my cape and put it around him, like over him, so his head is covered and so he's like really like sheltered because he's
Sure. Okay. So you guys are still just sort of carrying him down the street. I would say, are you guys just going as quickly as you can? Or are you guys trying to get back sneakily in some way?
Both?
I would say sneakily.
Sneakily? Okay.
I mean, sneakily putts
Unsuspiciously.
Sneakily puts along. So, Elevon, you're an elf again, and after you kind of show him with your cloak. Alright. Do you want to just... I'm just going to straight up. Do you want to pass without a trace, Elevon, or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So, everybody go ahead and make a stealth check plus tan.
A stealth god.
God.
It's a 21.
25.
34.
16.
16 with plus 10. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for passing on the
Thanks.
trait.
Yeah, for real.
Around supposedly being the stealth god, but Neri is the stealth goddess.
Of course.
Okay, look.
Durand is
You're
so-
sitting
that's
there.
the first part.
You're sitting there, and you're wearing your fancy invisible gloves and your leather and all
You
of
have
your
no hands,
stealthy
your gloves are-
thingies or whatever. All right, I'm sitting here rolling
Hey, look around. No hands!
with a freaking 21 clankety clink 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 down the fucking street. Okay,
Silent clinking.
exactly.
Silently
This is
clinking
skill.
along.
This is actual skill.
Silent clinking or slinking. Slinking
Slink,
along.
slink, slink.
Slink.
Jeez.
So
It'd be cool if we made the noise of a slinky.
You
I
guys
like that idea.
managed to, as inconspicuously as this parade of people can be, make your way through the streets of Worthy. Lots of attention has been drawn to the fire and the plume of smoke that has arisen towards the center of the city. So even at some point, you guys like kind of tense up and get nervous as from an adjacent roadway, a couple of plague doctors do turn onto the street that you are on, but seem to overlook you and instead head towards the direction of the fire that had been started. guys do manage to make yourselves your way back to the Temple of the Raven Queen with no further issues. The man that Neredian and Darand you are helping along is very frail at this point. Like, the sudden change is noticeable. He went from someone that seemed to have the strength and ability to break himself through the boarded up window of his home to now seeming like someone who is almost on like the verge of malnourishment. It is a noticeable visible and tactile difference from the man that was just an hour or so ago. But as you guys go and you enter, you open the doors to the Temple of the Raven Queen with the robeless Bernard alongside you, walking in to the cool interior of the temple. We're going to take a break. So, see you guys in like 10-15 minutes.
Woohoo!
Are we good, dude?
Yeah. I was muted. Yes, we're back.
Okay, excellent. Perhaps eventually we will find a better way to do this so that I'm not just either rambling about or staring dumbly down the camera without knowing whether or not we're back on now. But we're back. So, you were just chased down, restrained, and guided back. The person, undead creature of some kind, as identified by your divine sense, Durand, back to the temple of the Raven Queen. The doors being closed behind you as the four of you, alongside Bernard and this middle-aged man, now this almost corpse-like, gaunt, sallow-skinned individual that you had chased down, caught, and brought back here, are within moments approached and greeted by the High Priestess, the woman that you had met before, the one who had requested proof, Gertrude Novanan. You are not wearing your robes, Bernard. Yes. We felt it was, well, we had to get this one back with as little suspicion as possible. He was, well, could one of you, please, and perhaps help me retrieve my robes, if possible?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So, as you do, the man is then placed down, slumped still, seemingly dazed, weakened, but not as panicked as he was before. Seemingly calmer now, and apparently coming back to his senses as the robe is removed and the cool, refreshing air of the interior of this temple wafts over all of you. Bernard reclothes himself.
I was just going to say, we found, there the Era found him, and I checked to see if he was alive. He was buried under his floor, in the dirt.
You found him within one of these homes that you said you were going to investigate, beneath the floor.
Yep.
He seems on the verge of death.
But he was running like a madman.
I wish he was dead, though.
Not on the verge.
What do you mean?
He was, for all intents and purposes, definitively dead.
Well, yeah, I said he was dead first, though. We're just sort of nodding and agreeing. And I'm going to motion to his neck, look directly at him and, motion to where his neck was bleeding.
Mm-hmm. You see her sort of craning her neck down and looking and processing. Creatures of undeath are not out of my realm of knowledge. But to think that you would find one within our city is troublesome. Is this what is being hidden from us, being hidden from the people? What do you think? Is this what the true nature of this plague is.
How many houses are boarded up? You know?
A whole lot. Every day there seems to be more and more boarded up, I guess. And if this is what happens to all of them, instead of them being carried out, being sold as slaves, yeah, that's gonna be an issue, I guess.
And Bernard, after having re-robed himself. So are we thinking that the plague is not just a sickness, but instead turns people into these undead creatures? Or is this something else?
It's probably something else. I did steal I'm going to point at a mask from a different plague doctor. I mean, you're not a plague doctor, but I took their hood and they looked like hollow. Their face, they looked like this guy, kind of, very pale, but, motioning to the guy who's sitting down. But their expression was hollow.
The expression was like blank and empty. They didn't look like the guy that you saw, Elvin, wasn't nearly as bad as him. He looked like a normal person, just like blank and expressionless.
Well, I mean, like how he was originally, like when we found him, not like now, but like.
Could I try using detect thoughts on the undead?
Okay. Sure. What is your spell save DC?
Six, 17.
617? Okay.
7, no.
617. Good luck.
Okay. And what kind of saving throw is it? Well, that's only if you probe deeper, right?
Oh yeah, I think the wisdom save is only if you go further.
Okay, so surface thoughts only. So, as you cast the spell, Era, probe into the mind of this undead man who, despite knowing that he's undead, it's a little bit off-putting because he doesn't look like an undead creature, especially not the ones that you had just recently fought in the graveyard. He looks more man than anything. But the thoughts are simple, repetitive, almost animal-like in their simplicity. There's a sense of relief from being inside, being in a safer, cooler place. There's this sort of trepidation, a little bit of nervousness, and there's hunger. And it's this sort of nervousness, unsurety, and hunger. And it's like you get pings of different thoughts, like cool, safe. Who are these people? Where am I? Hungry. Safe, hungry, and the prevalent thing that seems to be creeping in every moment of thoughts until it's almost all-inclusive is this thought of and feeling of hunger. And you see he's not struggling against his binds at the moment. The skin itself, the sort of sunken in cheeks, have begun to fill out slowly, as if recovering from something, but at the changes almost at a rate that you don't feel like you should be able to visibly see, but you're able to slowly see like the changes, the cheeks beginning to fill out again, the deathly pale and ashen skin beginning to not get any color to it, but a little bit less ashen, let's say. Gertrude again asks, as you are in the process of casting your spell, Era, to the rest of the group. So you do not believe that this is a result of the plague? If this is not the cause of the plague itself, what is this, then? What is the cause of this creature here?
Well, maybe once we know what he is, we could figure out why.
We could try to, if he would be willing to talk, of course, we could try to ask him what went down before he got buried, or buried himself. I don't know what happened to that, but still. Maybe that could be a little bit of help also.
Okay, there's no way that he buried himself, because, I mean, right?
Yeah.
Because you had to move that table, didn't you? I mean, I was watching you do it.
I know, that would be weird, very weird if he would have buried himself, so...
And crawled under the rug, under the table.
Yes.
Well, I think
Who knows?
Elvon pointed out he has some sort of injury as well, which I doubt he did it to himself.
Well,
So-
some of them might be, from jumping out of the window and crashing through the door, and... Oh,
Well, he had blood on his neck. There was a wound, and when he was in the hole, before he jumped out the window.
Is anybody proficient in religion?
Hey,
not me.
I'm not.
And you're a paladin.
I didn't start this way, alright? The pattern life chose me.
We are in the temple of the Raven goddess, Raven Queen thing, and Dina. So, like, how are we not surrounded by people who are proficient in religion?
I'm asking, are any of you proficient in religion?
Okay.
Alright? Don't yell at me about my NPCs, please.
Well, I'm just saying. If nobody here is, then there's something wrong with this world.
I'd say religion or history.
Nope.
Negative.
1 second. History. Did someone say history?
Yes.
Nobody said history, no.
His story.
Okay, so after having examined the surface thoughts and cast the spell, you kind of shake this and are contemplating what it means in your own head for a moment before you overhear this conversation and them talking about this wound and even like pointing and directing attention towards it. Go ahead and make a history check, Era.
$17.
17. Thinking back, so throughout your time in the tower in Cele, during the time, between studies and schoolwork and your reporting and all the fun stuff that you had, you did take time to read up on other things. And, of course, the Phoenix Academy is not just a place of schooling for magic, but an actual schooling for higher learning as well. You've heard and read about creatures cropping up that come into being through very similar means as to what Elevorn had uncovered and explained to you in this wound here. There have been reports not only throughout the Empire, but through other tomes and texts that you have read from other lands, though very few and far between. Very rare, these creatures, it would seem. But after a couple moments of thinking it, you do land on vampirism. You don't know much about these creatures. Just the very basics of, I guess, folklore and what you would have heard. No, there's not been, as far as you know, or what you have read up on, extensive studies into them. Nor was it ever an expressly interesting topic to you to really dive into. You had other things to worry about. But the nature of the undead, the nature of the wound, lines up. You don't have much further on that, but to put an identifier on the type of what you're looking at here, lines up.
Could I, with these suspicions in mind, could I also probe further into his brain?
Sure.
Yeah.
Not into his thoughts, but into his brain.
Can I just stick my finger in there?
Probe further to the brain.
Push deeper.
And then I guess, like, in a very arrow way, just kind of hush everybody as I do this.
Of course. Why
Full
not?
focus. Yeah. Sorry.
Alright, so let me read detect thoughts real quick. Surface thoughts, blah 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 blah. Insight into its reasoning, emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. Something it worries over, loves, or hates. Okay? So, as you probe deeper, the eyes are locked on you now, Era. The ones that seemed worried and sort of dazed all over the place are now locked on you, as it knows, regardless of it not failing and you succeeding on it, it knows that you are probing into its thoughts. Its emotional state right now is it's a little bit confused, a little bit scared. It is, you can see, you can sense, and you don't pick up on any of the memories, but this person, this being, is trying to recall how it got here, what happened, why, since it opened its eyes in its home and began to run from you, what happened before that. And you can see there's a part of the consciousness that is attempting to grasp onto that, but it is overwhelmed, powerfully overwhelmed by a much louder, much stronger than you could see it, sense it on the surface. This just feeling, thought, constant hunger. And that hunger, that thought of feasting, that thought of sustenance is preventing the creature from being able to really focus and try to recall anything. The hunger is dominant, and almost loud in your own head as you are detecting his thoughts.
I would like to take a dagger to my hand and slit my palm open, I guess, and then put it in front of him.
Okay, so you all are watching.
I'm gonna bleed. Yeah.
Era takes out her glyph carver and cuts her own palm. And you watch as the bound person here lurches forward to the point where it comes forward and like kind of falls off balance to now where he's on the side, but you can see the mouth gaping open, almost like a rabid, starving animal at the slightest cut as Era begins to slit her palm.
Slap him in the face with my hand.
Jesus Christ.
What is going on?
One moment.
Not.
What are you doing? You
I
see
am testing something.
As you do this, like he, go to make a dexterity check for me.
Okay.
Would you mind explaining this also?
Hold on. 19.
19 dexterity
Mhm.
check.
Mhm,
Not save
mhm.
though, right? Just check.
No, yeah. Check.
Okay. So, with the palm that you cut, you reach down and slap him across the face. He attempts to lash out and gnash out and bite at your hand as you do so, but you're just quick enough to avoid that, and you leave this smear of crimson across his face that you can see it's like slowly beginning to drip, and the tongue of this man, this creature, this thing is just sort of licking and trying to lap it up.
I'm
Well,
going to just leave. Oh.
It would
what
seem
was the point of that?
I am not entirely sure, but upon reading his thoughts, a couple of things jumped out at me. Very baseline thoughts, but the one that really overpowered was hunger. And, well, I have a suspicion that it might be vampirism. He might be hungry. Well, I know he's hungry. But, I mean,
Are you
I don't... I'm not...
saying that he, well, eat isn't the correct word, but he drinks blood? That's his nutrition?
Well, I mean, you just saw him lick up my blood. Yeah,
I mean, I know, but...
Yeah, I know. I'm weirded out too. Trust me. I guess I would try to offer him my arm.
I'll actually pull Era
No?
further. I'm gonna pull Era further away.
Okay.
You don't... What if... You don't know what happened to him? What if he infects you? Go wash your hands.
Go wash your hands.
But he's hungry, and maybe we can get more information out of him if his thoughts weren't just so focused on hunger. But I'm not gonna bleed out. I doubt you guys are gonna let me bleed out. If anything, just knock him out. Just give him
But
more blood.
what if the whole thing... what if you get infected?
Let us calm down for a moment. Think things through. You just hit us with a pretty heavy theory. One that I'm inclined, given your demonstration, to believe. But due to your follow-up actions, I feel you do not understand fully yourself. Vampirism, you say? If that is the case... Looking out around at the rest of you. Do you know much about this curse?
First time I've heard of it.
I don't think there's any vampires back home.
Why not? Vampire dragons? Maybe, I don't know.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh dear lord. Vampire dragons.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'm gonna have to start.
Yo, relax.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Just give us a Draco Lich while you're at it.
I could.
No.
So, as Nedadion is attempting to stop Era from offering herself as food.
More like an appetizer, appetizer. Well, okay, but
Appetizer? Who's the meal?
nobody, hopefully.
If that is the case, which it seems to be, looking at the creature that is still trying to get to the remnants of blood on its cheek from Era's palm, then someone, something, had to be involved in the turning of this poor man. If this is not the result of the plague, but instead an intentional act, then who performed that act? Who fed, bit, and then buried this man? Looking to, well, Bernard, I don't think that at least I, haven't seen enough to have a clear answer of that. However, it's obvious who has access to these buildings, who works around these houses and these people, these supposedly sick individuals. You think the plague doctors themselves are like him? Looking to now the rest of you.
It would explain their strange behaviors.
At least some of them.
Bernard speaks up. I haven't seen any of them act as ravenously as this man is here, though.
Or maybe they get wet and...
Hard to say. It seems, well, this particular one, aside from being malnourished, couldn't really stay out. And the plague doctors, we can see them during the day or night.
But they have their masks and all that, yeah.
What about the one that you saw, where Elevorn took his mask off? Was he similar in status, or I guess effect, as this one?
Well, that would be only Elevorn that would have seen him.
And
Ron and Elevorn would have both seen him. John and Elevorn, from what you saw, other than just a sort of unemotional, blank expression, especially during the circumstances that had happened, the chaos and the having a crazed elf woman just steal his mask and run off, not showing the appropriate emotional response that you would expect. It didn't seem like this. The face had color, seemed nourished, wasn't pale or ashen, like this creature is here.
Is Ella even hearing this conversation? Because she said she's gonna leave. She was gonna leave. Nobody stopped her.
What?
Ella said that she was gonna leave when Eros offering the plot and everything.
Yeah, as soon as Eris slapped him, Elevorn walked out.
Yeah, and we didn't stop her. So
That's good.
Okay. So Elevorn walks out. So Daran, if you're still there, you would have been the only one that would have seen the plague doctor guy.
Okay. Well, nothing seems strange about the one that Elevorn and I had seen, but I don't know. It's still strange. They all act weird, and they don't seem to, or maybe not all of them, but the majority of them don't seem to, they just, they haven't had the opportunity, I suppose, in comparison. I mean, he just woke up and immediately was in a panic and ran away. I mean, maybe these other ones are obviously more nourished by other means. So, although I don't understand fully how they work, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility to say that they might be afflicted with the same curse.
I don't have the answers as to what could have turned or who exactly turned this man, as well as perhaps many others in the city. But I do know who would have those answers, and it would be the same people who worked alongside us and have apparently lied to us for many months now about this plague. And if this is what they were hiding, this is what they are doing, creating these. And she looks down with a sort of curled lip in disgust at the creature still bound on the ground. Creating these affronts. Well, then I am inclined to undo what we have worked together to do, to get these answers. And I know who has them. There is a man who we worked alongside, who heads up the Order of the Plague Doctors on behest of the Lord and Lady of the Manor, the Sanvaniques. His name is Brelin Mortis. He is the one who designed the spell, the incantation for the mists and the fog to allegedly protect our city. We worked alongside of him, providing the divine magics necessary, but the extent of the spell that he used to create such a barrier, I am not privy to in its entirety. If you can find that man, if you can find perhaps what he did, his part in creating the barriers, then myself and the others of the Order here, the others of the Temple, can undo them. And maybe he, well, definitely, I would assume, has more answers into why and who is doing this. I'm sorry that I had to withhold this information, but... well... I wanted to believe that they were acting in the best interest of everyone. This has proven me wrong. I suppose what's left beyond, looking now to Neradian and Era, whatever you may want to do with them is how exactly to destroy this creature.
Do you think this could be reversed?
Everything that I know about undeath, once that line has been crossed, it is a very tricky one to navigate in the reverse. Undeath in and of itself is a direct affront to the Raven Queen and everything that she and us as her followers believe in.
I'm just... I mean, he already is dead, sure, but... same time he's alive and he really hasn't tried to do anything bad. At least not yet. He was just trying to get away from us, but I think he could turn evil. I mean, if any of the plague doctors are something like him, they haven't caused havoc. They're just trying to hide themselves too, so there could be sort of good guys. I don't know.
The gaze then turns from you, Neradian, to Durand. What is your stance on these creatures?
We can't hear you, Dune.
You can't hear me? Or
Dune,
Durand?
we can't. I can see him light up, but can't hear.
I don't know why Discord is doing that randomly. Like sometimes it'll pop up.
Did you hear the question?
Hold on, I'm sorry. These bots are the biggest fucking pain in the ass ever, man. Okay. I'm sorry, ask me again.
Okay. So, in reference to the undead creature here, Gertrude, the head priestess of the temple, asks, and what is your stance on these creatures? Creatures such as
Okay. It's unnatural to my opinion. I believe it's unnatural to the order of things, but there's probably only a moment of hesitation because Alexander comes to thought, and he doesn't seem like this creature or the creatures of the crypt when we were in there that are mindless things that are, you know, obviously unholy at face value. Alexander doesn't seem that way. So it's
It isn't hostile from the beginning. I like to add, from what we know or from what we've seen, even in hunger, it wasn't trying to hurt anybody. I understand that it may equally be confused. It definitely seems at that level that even he doesn't know what he is, but I don't know. I wouldn't know exactly how to go about it, but uh, I don't think that they're initially attempting or wanting to harm somebody.
I believe we have in a temple some literature that may provide insight into these creatures. To what extent, I'm not sure, but it is worth looking into. However, undeath in any variant is an affront to our mistress, the Raven Queen, as death is the natural end to life. And creatures such as this stand in a direct opposition to that. Creatures such as this and others that you have mentioned encountering.
I'll just look at Durant and they're a little bit like slightly worried. Tiny bit worried.
There's a snap as one of the ropes binding this guy is broken.
Oh, um,
Seeming
like a
like at least partially rejuvenated. The rope that has broken as he has been like sort of writhing around, and you could hear the gnawing and gnashing from trying to get any bit of blood that had dripped from his cheek or Era's palm onto the ground as you guys have been having this conversation and occasionally looking down. But the one of the ropes has snapped and has thus loosened the rest of the bindings, and the man creature, the undead, this vampire-esque creature, is getting loose of the bindings now.
Durant?
Alright, if I notice that, then
It's be hard not to notice.
okay. I'll just try to reinforce them then at this point.
Okay, go ahead and just make an athletics check to try to restrain him.
Re-restrain. 22.
Restrain. What?
Re 22.
22. What do you do in the event of a tie?
Uh,
I'm not
Roll
sure. Roll again.
What's up?
Okay.
Reroll.
Can I-
So initially, what happens is he does end up getting loose of the bindings. You're not able to fully restrain him, but you are able to prevent him from going anywhere. And you are holding him right now so that he can't move, but at enough of an arm's length that the you're holding basically a rabid animal who is trying to bite you at this moment.
can I try to just knock him out?
You're just gonna thwack him.
Yeah.
All right, roll to thwack. Durand, make another athletics check, please.
What do what do I have?
What are you thwacking him with?
With my bare fist?
It's okay, then roll a d20 plus strength.
15.
15.
I don't think that's good.
You whack him, but it's not enough to knock him unconscious. If anything, it just makes him angrier.
Ah! I'm just gonna look at Era like you should have given him blood. I think maybe I don't know.
What's that athletics check around?
26.
26. Okay, yeah. You are able to
Wait, 25. But whatever.
25. Oh, in that case, yeah, you are able to get him back, get him subdued again. With the assistance of Netadion having whacked him over the head, but then turning to actually assist you. You get the ropes and binds back, but he does seem, again, rejuvenated, no longer seeming gaunt, malnourished. Still seeming like thinner, but like there is that almost any what was before, like a worried, scared, concerned person that you had seen in the house is no longer there behind the eyes.
Do you guys have? It's kind of well. I highly doubt you have like a prison, but do you have some place where we could put him for now, at least before we? I don't know. Maybe eventually kill him or something. We just maybe we can get answers for him and before we do anything too drastic to him.
Gertrude folds her arms, looks to Bernard, then I am unnerved by this creature, especially after seeing what just transpired. I'm not sure if myself or any others have the physical strength of your friend here. In the event that he was to get loose and without understanding exactly what ails him and how it possibly is spread, you understand my caution, worry. If he was to get loose again and act on this hunger that he so strongly seems to feel.
Yeah, I understand. So, since you seem to be more knowledgeable of this, how could we kill him? Is it just, does he die normally? Just, I don't know, slit his throat, something.
That I am not sure of. Again, I said we had a bit of literature that might hold some insight into these creatures, but I am not an expert in this. Personally, I never thought that I would come face to face with it.
Well, do you have a room where there is no windows or anything where we're locking up, at least for a while? We can have Durand watch over the door, and maybe Era can help you read up on books, because she's so smart and loves to read books, don't you? And I'll go get Elavorn.
If that is agreeable for everyone else, I believe we can accommodate.
That's fine.
Fine by
Sure.
me as well.
Should move swiftly, however. I doubt that your intrusion and fact-finding mission will go unnoticed for too long, so we should move swiftly in learning about these and in confronting the plague doctors in Brelan Mortis. So, you take him bound, tightly rebound, and put him into essentially a small storage closet. Durand guarding the door. Metadion, you head outside into the evening air. You're maybe about half an hour to 45 minutes till sunset, you would guess. When you leave, there's no sign of Elevorn.
Fudge.
Elevorn, where are you going?
Looking around, and because I didn't give Meridian her quill back, I am making marks on my arm for every house that's boarded up. You know, like
You're
hatch
doing-
marks
sorry,
for every
I-
5.
Didn't hear you. What are you doing?
Meridian had given me her journal and her quill, like
Oh,
with ink
yeah.
and stuff, so I'm walking around making hatch marks on my arm for every house. You know, crossing off like every 5, like just,
Okay.
you know, because
Counting how many for the boarded up houses that you can see?
Yep.
Okay. So are you going to try to reach out to Elevorn, or are you going to try to search without using the bracelet, Meridian?
I'm gonna use the bracelet.
Okay.
But Ella, if I don't know if you're upset or something, but if you're not, maybe you can tell me where you are and I could meet you up there. Or if you have, I don't know what you're doing, but if you're done whatever you're doing, maybe you could come back to the temple. I hope you're safe.
It was wrong. We chased down the guy telling him we wouldn't hurt him. And what did we do? I'm counting. I'll tell you, I'll find you later or something.
Okay.
Well, stay safe, okay? We have a little bit of an issue with the guy, and yeah, it's not really good.
Is it an issue we made? Probably.
Probably it. And I mean, I know that both Durand and Ada can hear, but it's since this is the only way at the moment. Well, I guess the blood that Ada gave made him. I don't know if it's possible to get that guy's mind back, but it's not good. Something is really wrong.
Well, he's not really supposed to be of this world anymore.
You guys don't know, so experiment science, for science.
I'm not sure if there's something that we could do to help him in this particular moment, but I don't know if there's anything we could do to even help all the other people. I don't know the nature of this curse.
It is a difficult thing to process, that is for sure. I'll do what I can with whatever research I can get my hands on, but the only way to alleviate is to feed them, but that's not really a proper solution either. But I'll see what else I can do. I hate the thought of more being in these boarded houses, or I'm just stumped. But again, we have a bit of time on our, well, we don't have time rather. So I'll get to it. When you guys are ready to join or have any other questions for me, just let me know.
Alright. So, Elevon, how long do you plan on walking? Are you trying to scope the entire city, or just...
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Netadion, you head back into the temple?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Eventually, the sun does set. Elevorn, as you're walking around, I want you to make a perception check, please.
25.
25?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty good. So the way that you were walking has led you kind of further into the city, and as you get to the point where you can see where now it's like thin black wisps of smoke trailing upwards from the house that had been exploded and caught on fire and seems to have spread to one of the nearby areas, but has been since contained. The distraction that allows you to escape. You have 8 complete sets of hash marks on your arm and a couple single tallies. And you see a plague doctor with a sort of a little bit offset, sort of like disheveled, not as cleanly presented hood and mask as you're used to. As if it wasn't placed on exactly straight or properly. Or as if something had happened to it. And you watch as they turn a corner towards you, don't even seem to acknowledge you as you're standing across, and head into a house by
Yeah, I'm
themselves.
following him.
You're following him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you walk up slowly. He heads up to the house and takes out a key off of a ring on his waist, unlocks the door, opens, closes it, and heads inside. You walk to the house. You can see in the windows it's completely dark. No candles have been lit. With your perception check, you see that by the time you get there, there have been the complete Plague Doctor outfit removed and draped across, like, simple furnishings inside.
That's weird. Just leave that alone, I guess.
What are you doing?
It's just weird. I mean, there's nobody seems to be in danger, so... I mean, I don't hear another person, right?
No. Seems like this Plague Doctor is, from what you gather, has just gone home for the evening. Are you continuing on your way?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're kind of looking through the window and you then turn to continue, you are face to face, about maybe 5 feet away from another Plague Doctor, who's just standing. Good evening, ma'am. I presume you are on your way back to your place of residence, as it is sunset. Therefore, a curfew is in place.
Yes, of course.
Very good. Do not stay on these streets too long. I would not wish for you to be in trouble. Please head directly home.
I will.
Slight respectful nod to you. He steps out of your way so that you may continue, and continues on his way. As the sun sets and the stars begin to poke out in the night sky, the mist and the fog does begin to get thicker and heavier outside. In the temple, Era, please make an investigation check. Naradian, what are you doing? Duran standing guard. Era is looking through books. What you doing?
I guess I would just go stand around with Durand.
Okay, so as you walk back in and you enter the main area of this temple with the, effigy and the sculptures and the altar to the Raven Queen out in the center of this pool that seems to be standard or traditional for temples to the Raven Queen. You look out, you can see Duran then standing next to one of these closets. And you can see out in some of the benches with a few tomes are Gertrude, a couple other members of the temple. It doesn't seem like there are that many. Like in total, you've seen about 5 in total members of this order, and amongst them, Era as well. So, Era, please go ahead and make an investigation check. As Durand, Netadian approaches you. By this point, by the time she comes back in, you have been being yelled at by the creature behind the door for quite some time now. Just through the door, through the walls.
Was it yelling?
What? What's he yelling? Did you bind his mouth again or no?
That's a good question. I don't think well, probably a smart idea considering he tried to bite people, so yeah, why not?
Okay, sure, just muffled yelling.
Okay.
There you go. Again, it seems a little bit repetitive. Like same sounds, although you can't make out what they are. Investigation error?
20.
20. Okay. So it does take time. It takes a couple hours for you to pore over these tomes and do whatever research that you can into the curse of vampirism. What you find out is that it is a form of undeath, but that you already knew. The origins of it are uncertain from the books that you have in front of you here. The books do go into not as much what Neri asked as far as how to get rid of these creatures, how to kill them, but more how they come to be and their nature, more or less. So although the origin of vampirism, according to these books, is unknown, the act of the transference of it, the spread of it is due to, well, what you had seen, what Elevorn had uncovered the biting, that's the marks on the neck is how the curse, and that's the term used in the text that you're reading. It is always referred to as a curse, is spread. The blood drained from the victim and then buried in the ground to raise the next day as a spawn is what they are called. They're not referred to as vampires, they're referred to as spawn. You learn that they have a link, somehow, a link of control, almost like a leash, a mental leash to whichever vampire, whichever creature created them. A lot of things that you have seen matches up with what you read, that they are not necessarily all there cognitively. They are more animal, more creature, more strict instinct of obedience, ferocity, and hunger than anything else. Raises questions on what it takes to essentially restore that sort of normal cognitive thinking, that human, quote unquote, element to one of these spawns to make them a vampire themselves, but that's not known to the texts at the moment. Let me see. Are you looking for anything in particular? Any questions that you might have?
Yes. You said, well, from what Era reads, something about a curse. A curse can possibly have a chance of being lifted then? Is there anything regarding that or any steps?
As far as that, you can tell that it's reading into it with your investigation check and even asking some of the members of the order there. It doesn't seem like it's referring to it in the terms of like a magical curse or anything like that. It is more in a religious tone, calling it a curse as like something that is like a blight, something that is undesirable, essentially. Not necessarily a magical curse that can be eradicated, though that by your conversations with the member of the temple, it's possible, they just don't know how. Just like the act of rolling back undeath is very complicated, difficult, and maybe possible, but the extents to do so are not even fully known at this point. And
I see.
More than not, the answer for like that type of thing, for undoing undeath, for going into undeath, that's, you're getting to the realm of divine intervention at that point. It
How
describes
about
there has to be. It goes into theories. Like, it describes there has to be a method, some way that one of these spawn does move past this animalistic stage. It's unsure if it's a time thing or if there's actually some sort of act that has to be done to go past that animalistic spawn and actually be a functioning, thinking creature known as a vampire. Well, what's your question?
regarding feeding? You mentioned that in order to create a spawn, after they feed, they would need to bury the body.
Yes.
Okay, so what if you? Oh, well, I guess my question would be: would feeding alone turn somebody into a spawn, or is it specifically after they've been buried?
Okay. From what you read, the process is feeding until the death of the target, and then being buried in the ground. So, from what you gather, the act of a vampire feeding itself is not necessarily enough to turn a creature into a vampire. That's what you read. If you want to take that as fact, you can. That's just what you
Yeah, no. uh, there was a connection that is based between not the host, but like the person who turns them into spawns. Is there anything saying that they have maybe like a would they know who turned them and or know where they are?
That's jerky because that's assuming that you could that one would have studied these spawns, these feral type creatures. As far as that, there's no telling of like there's no real insight into the behavior thought process behind the spawn because they're these ravenous creatures bent on driven nothing by like you said, hunger, ferocity, and obedience. There is a link, whether that just be some sort of unconscious instinctual one or more like exactly I know who did it type thing is unsure. And Duranda, and the whole time it's kind of hard to read and think as there's this muffled yelling coming from behind the door that Duranda and Neredian are now standing in front of him, as well as now a banging against the door. Durand, just a constant like a thudding coming from the base of the door.
Can I have arrived back yet?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, I get back. Can I reach into Durand's bag of holding?
Sure,
Yeah,
everyone
just,
just is reaching into.
Yeah, man, everybody's just going into my stuff today.
Can I get something? You know.
Oh no, that's fine.
I'm gonna pull out the prism of Solon.
Okay.
Be like, Soul. I'm like, open the door.
Okay, so she pulls out the prism that had previously been used by who was it? Adelmar Eriksson, the people that he was working with, to emit this bright moonlight that subdued Elevorn's ability to transform. Now it's as she says, and it emits in front of you and like kind of lights up a majority of the inside of this temple with this bright, like almost like daylight.
I'm going to back away. Be like, open the door in a minute when I'm far enough away. Because like I can hear the commotion going on behind the door when I walk in. So I'm just like, So I'm holding it up above my head on the other side of the room. So I'm not like right in his face with it.
Okay.
Okay.
You open the door?
Yes.
Okay, you open the door and the yelling, the screaming, the sort of rhythmic, it's saying something over and over again. As you open the door, you can see where there's like a sort of a like cracks in the base of the door where the creature had been just banging its head against the door. Now exposed and in direct line of the bright light coming from this like crystal glass prism. Shrieks in pain, discomfort, and maneuvers itself as best and quickly as it can, rolling and skidding itself against the ground, still bound into the darkest, most shadiest corner of the room that it could, of the closet that it's currently in that it can find.
Because it said it wouldn't bring it up.
What?
Oh.
What did you say?
I heard twice.
Yes, you probably hear me twice.
No, what'd you say?
Wait, open the door?
No, you already did open the door. Did you not
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
what happened?
So then I was like, you could close it now, I think.
Oh, I closed the door.
Nere is just watching this all confused.
What was that about?
Is he quiet now?
There's like a quiet whimpering, but yeah. Not yelling anymore.
Just gonna hand him the prism. I didn't do this, but there you go. I mean, how long has he been doing that?
Hours now, probably.
Yeah.
Alright, can I go look around the room? I'm looking for, like, something... like a cup or a bowl, anything.
Yeah, you would be able to find.
Well, actually, I have one in my bag. Never mind, I don't need to go looking for one.
You have
My
a culinary
set. Yeah,
toolkit.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to, like, take out one of my culinary knives and cut my arm open.
Oh dear. Why is everyone doing this today?
You know, I mean, we have the sun prism, so it's like one of two things.
What are you doing, Ella?
Okay.
Well, it's hungry, right? It's wrong to keep an animal and not feed it. It doesn't seem like a person, but it doesn't mean it should be treated. How long had you just left it? Him, it's a person, right? Is it a person? I don't know. But it's not right, so we have to do something. And also, before I do that, I'll just hold up my arm to Duran so he can see all of the markings that I have all over myself. Houses, this many.
Okay.
Right, so you weren't able to get to all of the city, obviously, if you would have just went back.
And that is just what I was able to do since I left.
Yeah, what you were able to do since you left. So in the span of about 2.5 to 3 hours, or in that area of time, Duran, you count the hashes and marks on that Elevon has written onto her skin are 63.
Holy crap.
That's a lot.
So we could try to feed him, see if we can, because like if a dog is hungry or a wolf or something, they're hard to communicate with. Maybe this is the same way. It is up to you guys, though. I'm not going to act alone. We have the soul prism, which is active for another while, It shouldn't be able to do anything, or want to come out, really. So it is up to you guys. I'm not, let's try to come up with the best idea we can for this.
Well, I definitely do not even want to think about letting you do this alone. So,
well, I don't.
I just, yeah.
I don't want him to bite me. It's into a container to feed him, not directly from me. I don't want to be. I was bitten in the Feywild. That was pretty bad. Don't want to do that again.
Yeah, and well, yeah. We just have to hope that he seemed to get more stronger when Era gave blood to it. So let's just hope that he calms down necessarily, doesn't just get more violent and stronger.
Well, if that is all we think he's going to do, then it makes no sense to help him. Duran, do you have any idea of anything that we could possibly,
To help him, I mean, well, Era would probably have a better idea. She, I think, has been researching this since you left.
You had that weird conversation the other night when we were doing other things. What was that about?
Weird conversation. I have a lot of those.
Yes, you do.
I think all of your conversations are weird at this point.
It
Maybe
was
not
with
all of
Era's
them.
boyfriend.
Um.
Oh, you
Oh,
are
yes. Okay.
You were
Alexander.
acting weird. Yeah. What's up with him? You were being weird.
Well, the
You
same
were
way I
asking-
was able to sense that this gentleman is undead, I got a similar sense from Alexander.
What?
He's
You need to- What? I'm gonna
He's
throw a cup at
saying-
him. I'm throwing cups at him. That is it.
Stabbing at your
ah.
Oh no! Make an
Well,
attack
I
roll.
mean, oh my god.
Are you actually trying, Hellborn?
An 18.
Does that... I forgot my armor class.
It's just
Okay,
tinking off
it
of
doesn't
him.
hit.
Like, tink. You know, the clatters on the
She's
floor.
purposely
right?
hitting your armor. Just like, not forcefully at all, but just like,
If she managed to get the blood on the cup, then it's all over.
No, I didn't.
It's
No,
doomed.
don't throw that one.
Ah.
I mean, he was cognizant.
So normal. Yeah.
Then get him here now to help us with this.
I agree with Celeborn.
I'll go. Okay, fine. I'll go.
No, just have him come here. Don't go out because I got stopped already. He could probably move around them, if that is the case about him.
I'm kind of stealthy too, but
Oh, yeah.
then again, Era, can you?
Yeah,
maybe
I'm on
send
it.
him a message?
I mean, I
Of course.
forgot. I'm sorry.
It's totally fine. If since Era if can do the thing, then we'll see what Alexander responds.
You are pretty sneaky when you don't have a loud me clattering around you.
You're not loud.
Hmm.
Rand is more louder than you. Because, well, mostly because of his armor, but
I'm
he's
sorry.
kind of big too.
so
That
what are
makes
you
it
doing?
go.
Can I give Nerdian her ink thing back in her journal?
Sure.
I
Ah.
used some of the point at my arm.
Oh, it's fine. Thank.
If you wanted a tattoo, Hellborn.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally funny if you used. I can always get more of this. I was more worried about the journal, anyways.
Oh yeah, I kept that in my bag, so it wasn't. That's why I used my arm. You know.
I mean, it was fine if you would have used it. I mean, there's some blank pages on it, but I mean, it's nice that you thought about that.
Okay. So, are you reaching out to Alexander, Kara?
Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit annoyed that Duran didn't say anything, but whatever. We have
Whatever.
Celeborn to thank. Yeah, I'm just gonna send. How urgent do I want to sound to my boyfriend?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Which
At least
boy?
you're admitting it. That's the first step.
Yeah.
Oh God. All right. Well. No, I'm not gonna be dramatic. Okay, I'm just gonna say.
Hi, dear.
Hey, sweetie.
Hi, honey.
Hey, babe.
All right. I'm gonna send a message. I'm gonna say, we'll need you at the temple as soon as possible. Stat emergency right now. Yesterday. Thanks.
All right, you get a pretty immediate response. Sorry, no can do.
I'm gonna respond out loud. What?
What? What?
I'm gonna send another message.
Okay.
What do you mean you can't come right now? Are you what? You're sleeping?
No, I'm quite awake. It's well, the location. That's a bit of a problem. If you want to visit here, I'd be more than happy to, or perhaps somewhere else.
Mm, he can't come out here for whatever reason.
Did you tell
He's-
him why? Why we need him to come here? Because we can't really travel with this thing?
Well, I
Guy,
said it was urgent, and he
did
even
you
with
tell
that.
him exactly what it was, though? Did you tell him that we know what he is? That this is what he is? You know what I
Olive, when
mean.
you're a genius. I'm gonna sadly hold on. Okay, cool. I have enough.
Tell him you need him. Like, now.
I do not, but this is gonna be the last message. Anything else you guys want me to say?
This is gonna be the last one. Don't care.
Just make sure that you tell him the important things. Like, don't, like, it's not an emergency. It is exactly what it is. Not that it is, like, of course it is emergency, but what the emergency is matters, because what's urgent to you may not be urgent to him, but I have a feeling, given what we just found out, this might be a little urgent to him.
I mean, Elevarn is right, because if what Duran says is true, that Alexander is also undead, like, but he hasn't attacked us, so he hasn't shown any aggression towards us and everything, but this guy is then... yeah.
Understood. I'm gonna send another message.
Last message. Yep.
No, that won't do. Unfortunately, we've had an encounter with what seems to be, if you're familiar, probably, a spawn vampire. And I'm gonna look at the others to see if I need to add anything else.
Get it. Come over here.
And we need you here.
Come
We.
on.
I'm sorry, I might have talked over you almost. So go ahead, son.
No, that's the response. Come outside.
Okay, I'm gonna do what he says.
Okay. You head outside, and like, Era gets up after sending the message, walks out of the temple, and
I'm gonna follow her.
okay, you follow. And
Look
they're
alike,
standing in
God.
the maybe like knee-height fog and mist of the evening, about 15-20 feet outside of the temple doors. As you open them up, is Alexander.
I'm a little hurt, but I understand.
For that.
There's a stern look on his face as he says, where is it?
We're gonna, I guess, I'm gonna show him in, just like, come in. Get in.
Mm. He looks past you. He doesn't move. Did anyone else follow Aaron Neladian?
I
I don't
followed.
think.
Yeah.
I don't think I can.
Though you hear a voice coming from outside. Duran, are you in there?
Yeah.
Could you bring... Now just speaking to Nedadian and Era. You say you found a spawn. A vampire
Well,
spawn. How can you be
apparently,
certain? Bring it to me.
but we have to bring it to you. Why can't you...
Just please trust me.
Here, can I put this back in the bag of holding for now? Because I don't want to hurt anybody.
The prism?
Yeah, I'm asking Durand.
Yeah.
I don't think it won't deactivate it, right? It's just in there but still active.
How long does it last? I think it has a time limit, right? Or no? Am I crazy?
I'm actually not sure. I didn't read anything in this description.
The light effect lasts for an hour. Okay.
So
Oh,
would it persist if I put it in the bag? I mean, it won't shine out of the bag, but like if I pull it back out, it'll still be lit, right?
I apologize. I truly am not meaning to seem difficult, but when I say that I cannot, it is not a choice. I cannot.
Ah,
well, I guess what Duran said is kind of somehow true. I don't.
Yes. that's
just
why
a
I tried to
moment.
get his attention. He seemed pretty keen last night in the graveyard. I suppose he would understand, regardless of whether or not he likes that understanding or not.
Well, I'll look at Aaron. I guess I'll go get the
Wait,
spawn thing.
no. I assume at this point then this is related to whatever it is you're working on. And will you be holding more information from us at this point?
He hands his he holds his hands up in resignation. Understand that the information I withheld was not malicious. I simply needed to know your intent and capabilities.
I mean,
I am not in a majority in this city. I place myself in a very vulnerable position coming back here. I needed to know if I had potential friends in you. But it seems with your findings and, well, I'll have to take a risk, a leap of faith, I suppose, as my options are running out.
I'm not. I mean, Durand only said that you are undead. I don't fully know what kind of undead are you, like same or anything, but and that doesn't matter. I guess in this moment, I'm just. Can you handle the guy, because he is quite strong? I'm confident in kinda that you can
Handle.
handle him.
How so?
Well,
Need him eliminated, killed. I can do
N-
that fairly easily.
no, I mean, he was like very. He was trying to break through the door a bit earlier before Elrond came back and everything, but he had already, like, damaged the door and everything. He's quite strong at the moment, but so that's why I'm asking, can you like handle him? I'm not sure if you have to kill him or anything. We aren't even
Really
sure
dead.
if we want him dead.
Whichever man, woman, whatever they were before is no longer there.
And you?
That is, I suppose, if it's something that I'm going to say, I should say it to the others as well.
Mm.
If you believe, as I suspect, we have similar goals, if not the same.
Let me go in and talk to Durand and Olavorn.
Okay. Well, Durand and Elevon, would you have been staying there, or would Elevon you push it back? And you can hear conversation coming from the front of the temple. You can even make out some of the words that Era or Neri are saying. You hear Alexander's voice, especially when he called out for you, Durand, but you don't hear his part of the conversation.
So, I guess maybe instead of putting it away, because we're not sure how it works, I'll just wrap it up really good. Try to mute the prism's light.
Okay. So it does, it dims the brightness, which you assume would dim the effect. Maybe. I mean, you noticed that placing the cloak over him as he was walking did seem to help a little bit. He still seemed very weakened. It did seem to offer some sort of solace.
I don't want to give up the prism. I don't want it to go out and not be usable again.
Oh.
Like putting it into the bag, so,
I thought you were talking about, like, using it to keep the spawn thing under control.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to keep it under control. I just want to be able to pull it out and have it to be sunlight again if I need it to be sunlight again.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were talking about, like, leaving it, like, there so that you and Durand could go away safely.
No. I wanted to just, I want to bring the prism with me, but I didn't want to be harming any, I don't want to hurt him unless he needs,
Okay.
we can't control him enough to get him outside. Because we don't want him to run off,
Oh, so are you bringing the spawn with you?
Well, that's what, we can't just leave it there, right?
Oh,
So
I thought we were asked to, no?
Neri is definitely coming at you guys, so... Do you guys have the guy out or not? I guess that is the question at the moment.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Again, seems weak, gaunt, malnourished, hungry.
Well, as you might have guessed, Alexander isn't coming in because he can't, and do you guys want to give that to him?
Well, yeah. If he wants to talk to all of us, we can bring it with us.
And at the moment, he hasn't really seemed to be, he hasn't really tried to backstab us yet or anything, so...
That's what I was saying.
You guys... he still is saying that we seem to be having the same goals, so... And he also said that whoever this guy was, it's not anymore. So I'm not fully sure what Alexander is gonna do with him, but I don't think that is going to be anything good in the end. But at the same time, if whoever he was isn't there inside of him, maybe it's for the best.
Well, it'll probably have answers for all of this, so I believe it doesn't harm us in any way to go out and have a chat.
Maybe Alexander is strong enough even, to hold him, to handle him until he does whatever he needs to do.
Well, whatever the prism did, it seems to be
At the
Keeping him
moment,
calm.
he seems to be, yeah, but who knows? But still. So, should we just go out?
Yeah.
Alright. So, taking the spawn with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, taking the spawn bound and, again, not putting up much resistance at all, very weak. The three of you rejoin Era and Alexander. Anything that you would have wanted to say in private, Era? Anything that couldn't be said around the others?
Nothing that couldn't be said around the others, but I just merely. It's a difficult position to be in, and it's not that we don't believe you, but just as you are weary about us, we need to be weary about you. And I guess we'll find out more once the others get here. I do have more questions, and I hope you'll be willing to answer.
I completely understand, and as much as it is unfortunate that... Well, I wouldn't say unfortunate necessarily, let me rephrase. The intent was never to keep the nature of myself hidden. At least not indefinitely. I needed to feel as if I could trust you before revealing that. However, that information has come out, and it was not on my terms, so I understand if you feel like that is a betrayal, but know that just as you have to protect yourselves, I must do the same for me and those I care about. And at that point, the others have rejoined you. Good evening, all. His gaze falls to the spawn. It is unfortunate. Poor man.
So, I mean, what can you tell us about it?
Quite a lot. Quite more than I assume you would be able to find in whatever research you were doing. Looking to you, Era, and you're kind of a little bit taken aback. At least in more specifics. Specific to him, specific to this situation, this plague, specific to Worthy.
Are you one of them? Or were, maybe? I don't know.
Mouth opens partially, and it seems like he reconsiders his answer before simply saying, I am. Well, not a spawn. Anyways, but afflicted with vampirism, if you want to call it an affliction. Yes, I am. So I believe you have questions. And I have answers. Answers to those questions, answers to questions that you are still hoping to solve, hoping to find out about Worthy, about what is going on with this plague. I do have some, at least, of those answers, but I believe first I owe you an apology, and at least the truth. If we are to continue to walk together in this and work together, you should know who I am. So let's start fresh. What do you say?
Sure.
All right. Well, as we are starting fresh, I suppose introductions are in order. My name is Alexander Sanvinique. And I am a vampire. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Bruh. I'm still hung up at that he insulted my research. I'm never gonna get over that.
Well, you're just gonna have to
The
talk
fact
to
that he
him
knew
about that.
about it was the
Mm.
take there.
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun. I guess you're gonna just have to talk to him about it. Like, have a full conversation.
I have a way to make questions. It's okay.
All the
Jesus
questions.
All right.
So many questions.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.